Good morning. Title says it all. I'm going to work on audio today and also the multiplayer setup for my game. And the multiplayer setup, I mean a third-party software that connects people through a LAN local area network, but online, such as the old Hamachi, if anyone ever used it. But I'm going to use a new software called Zero Tier. It's make it easy for people that playtest to play the game together. So let's see, the microphone is fine. Sound is good. So let's, yep. I rewatched a bit of Bracky's tutorial, and he showed that we add audio buses for music and sound effects, so we can tweak the sound of multiple things at once. We then add different sounds here. Do the sound files have a special name? WAV, right? So far, everything I have is a sound effect, so that makes it very easy. See, if we're looking at one of these, it doesn't seem like I can set it directly on the WAV file. Probably have to do it on the audio bus itself. Like this one. This. Audio bus, sound effects. Okay, let's test it. I really can't tell any difference. Makes me assume I'm doing something wrong. It's down here. I have to choose or no? Master. It inherits from, I guess. Let's go to our dear brackets and take a look.
Blurry. That's because since we're using pixel art, of the entire game. So inside of our kill zone, we'll open up the script here. And right after we print you died, let's ready. If we press the spacebar and the player is on a set mine to 8. Note that we have to use which run when a signal gets triggered. This function by default, this is not going to loop. To change that, let's double click it. This is going to open up a huge part of building the mood of your game. This is of course a beginner. Nope, I shouldn't. I've included a music track as well as a few sounds. And to play these, we need a new type of node, the audio stream. Let's aim for adventure and drag it into the stream slot. We're also going to set it to autoplay. And by default, this is not going to loop. To change that, let's double click it. This is going to open up our audio importer. Here we can preview our music track. Enable loop. This is background music audio, a fully functioning audio mixer, and we can add different buses to control our audio. Fully function, or we can use the audio tab using the volume on each individual audio stream player, or we can use the audio tab here at the bottom. This is actually a fully functioning audio mixer, and we can add different buses to control our audio. Let's add two, one for our music, as well as one for sound effects. And then we can simply route our music here into our music bus. So now we can control the volume of our music using this slider. I'm just going to set it to -12. And we have music. Unfortunately, it's going to restart whenever our scene is reloaded. A quick fix for this is to take our music node and make it into a scene. So I'll click and drag it into our scenes folder, hit save, and then we can add this scene as an auto load. Autoloads are global scenes and scripts that we want to persist throughout our entire game, no matter.
Hmm. So this is not, the sound is not updating at all, and it could be because the sound effects has taken over down here. But then again, when I update this, it doesn't seem to have any effect either, which makes me very confused here. Perhaps the node I added already does not automatically get the updates I add on the scene. That is a possibility. Let's take a look at our weapon, machine gun. With editable children sound. But here we see it does actually have the -80, and we go and increase this to +30. Player also have +30. And this should be the same. Now we set it to -6. That one is -6. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Next, let's go to our missile launcher. See, probably have to go on the missile itself. Audio stream. This is super loud usually. We need some enemies, so let's go in the world. Enemy spawner. Set it to like 2 seconds. Okay, so that's the sound now. Go to the missile, we added the sound. It's 80, save it. Like so. I can clearly see that the sound is affected. So let's go out of this. Put it back to -20. Now we use the sound effects bus. It should be at -80. That one works. Okay. Probably at least. Now let's do this one on -19. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's see, I had to do one more test. If I put this on 0 now, and this on very low, hopefully that makes it very low. Yes, it does. So that means we can tweak each sound individually here first, and then afterward we edit it, the overall sound with the bus. Okay. Explosion. Oof. Right, I'm using the single shot, and that is the problem. So sound effect, put it to 0. You already know that it's gonna be kinda too loud, so hmm. Well, let's listen to this. This has to be low. Okay, nice. I can tweak it while I'm playing. That's good to know. So I think explosion and the missile sounds were kind of okay. Yeah, this is still kind of loud, especially since it's so spammy. This is better. Okay, let's keep it like that. An important one is going to be the drill. Now, I want to stop spawning enemies so frequently, otherwise I will create lag. Okay. So first up, we set it all of these to use the sound effects. We set their volumes to 0. So loud. Uh, we have the drill, but we also have the mining block, or nope, it's the player. Mining, see? Here it is. These go in sound effects. They are currently at 0. Okay. Still gonna be loud. Okay. So here we just have to change one thing at a time. Drill. These are probably quite similar in volume. Put them on -20. Is that any less loud? Let's see, minus 80. So now I have to reload the game. Weird. I guess it's because the drill instance is already created when the game starts. Okay. All of these. Minus 20. Minus 20. And then player rocket. Okay. The drills. Minus 40. Okay, so a big problem is that you don't really feel the impact of this at all. Also, the drill looks like it slows down at really high speeds. Probably it can't handle such a high rotation. Let's go pick the rotation to something like 2000.
Which scene is currently loaded. Pickup sound, really cool trick to get around tricky timing things. Animations that don't need to play for the disabled property. Second though, we can go after one set. Get back, we simply choose it with others. Godot can of course export to many different a music track, as well as a few.
Mm, Now we could also make the sounds play at slightly different pitches to make it less repeating. We could set a pitch when we start drilling. Probably as a random float. Okay. We go on top here at the minimum maximum pitch, part of sound. Pitch scale equals new pitch. That would be on the audio stream player probably, meaning hmm. How do I run play and set the pitch? No. I need to know how to tweak the pitch of the audio stream player right here. And it is called pitch scale. Set the pitch scale to the pitch and then we play. It's fine. We could probably do a function called set random pitch. Which then creates the float. And then these three sounds the you all set to the new pitch. Like that. Pitch scale. Okay, and now we can run this every time we start drilling. It is less repetitive, but it's maybe a tad too much variety. We should maybe have it like 10% up and down, like this, or a total span of 10%. The sound from the breaking is also similar problem. See, pitch min, pitch max. Okay. And it feels like it plays too often as well, the on hit sound. Okay, so the small is the smallest sound. The breaking, the rock hit sound. Let's try without it. It's still gonna play the breaking sounds of the rock. It is better. We are still lacking feedback when we are interacting with this rock, but the constant tuk, 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 it's not the correct type of feedback that we want. So now I'm noticing that as we go to go to different scripts and add all this sound logic, it's better to keep it as a script on the audio stream nodes. We have we can change this script if we need to change any sound logic everywhere at once. Let's do audio stream player. But where should we place this? Where can it make sense? Sounds. Okay. The sounds folder, it's probably only having the WAV files. Not even. Hmm. Here, pickaxe. Move the sound to the pickaxe. And then hmm, well, let's keep it here for now. And we make a function play random pitch from min pitch, which should be a float, max pitch, also float, and then you reuse this code with minimum pitch, maximum pitch. Pitch scale, because now we are on the sound object directly, the other stream player. And then play. This is float. Okay. Can add this to each one of these. Now it should have a function play random pitch, minimum pitch, maximum pitch. Like so. And also when it breaks. Up here we can export minimum pitch code. And let's exaggerate it once just to see that it's working. Surprisingly hard to tell. Let's do even crazier. Pitch. And then let's use our pickaxe. Yeah, it's obviously working, so. Okay. Since it was harder to notice any change here, we will do smaller range. Now let's go to our missile and add the script here as well, which will allow us to tweak the sounds. Now, and again, let's do 1.1 and 0.9. Let's find the play function and replace it with a random pitch. I believe it was. Yes. Min max. Like so. Let me look, is there more play functions here? No. Let me do the same for the explosion. I do wonder if we can do this for the machine gun since it's firing so fast. That's a tricky one. Probably have a smaller range or update it less frequently than every shot or figure something out. But first we'll just test it the normal way. We go to explosion here. When does this play? Plays from the animation player. And then on animation finished, it cues free. Okay. And this is very much in preparation of actually adding an animation, I believe. But let's do here. Let's call a method from the explosion. Wait, that didn't work. Insert key. There we go. Play random pitch. And then I just have to tweak the values here. So we do 0.9, 1.1. Stage controlled from animation player function call. We wanted to start at 0. This one you want to remove. To test these, we need to make the enemy spawn again. Do you wonder maybe I should make a... Maybe I should make a function to spawn it with a button press. Again. Spawn enemy. Where is our basic enemy? This one. Here we can do test enemy. Spawn enemy. And then we just go and handle input. See. Here we have some input events. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely working. I think the range is fine. Let's look at the machine gun. Single shot. Audio. Look for the play, single shot play. Here we already do have the pitch actually. But now what we can do is instead use a random pitch. From min to max. And we can declare these here, to be honest. Probably export them as well so we can edit them in the editor. If you want to do that. Mm-hmm. Good. We do have an impact from the gun as well. Where we can put the audio. Then we look for the play. Only one. Sound settings. Like so. Okay. Quite happy with these sounds. Okay. Hmm. The pickaxe right now feels a lot better than the drill, to be honest. It's too bad because it's kind of the drill I'm thinking should be the main type of mining equipment. But it is what it is. Okay. Hmm. Let's open up our obsidian. I'm gonna make a little to-do list for today. And this should not be Hamachi. What did I find? 0 tier or something? No. 0 tier, that's the one. Okay. Right, we have to convert all our iron strings as well to an enum class. Right. Seamless transitions, yes. Now set all sound effects to use SFX audio bus and tweak volumes, and add pitch variety. This is what we're currently working on, so that's today for sure. Hmm. I might have forgotten to change the bus on the other one, so I have to check. See this sound effects. Then it should be like -30 probably. Let's try -20. These are correct. Explosion, correct. Missile, correct. Good. Bit louder. Pickaxe hit sound. Mm-hmm. Alright, so this is the mining sound. Pickaxe hit sound. Where am I playing this sound? Could be from the animation, maybe. Yes, pickaxe hit sound. That's fine. Let's keep it like that then. Already tweaked. But let's make sure it is using sound effects. Channel bus. Mhm. So we fixed the drill, the rocks being crushed, pickaxe hit sound. That should be everything with the mining. For weapons, we fixed impact and machine guns gun sounds, missiles and missile explosions. Yes, good. Our homing missiles don't have sound. Enemies don't have sound. I believe we're up to speed. We might want some background music. Mm, before we move on to the next task. Temporary music, so is it Pixabay I have used for music? I actually used what was it that I used? I used the paid software, I think, for music last time. Oh well. So there could be two different sounds, I guess. Music for now. One when the wave is active and one when we're just mining. So I'm aiming to hit around -10 on the spikes. That is usually how I do it. It's a bit hard to tell, right? Because it's goes from -6 to -12 right here, but I think we're hitting pretty well. And I liked how it sounded kind of like an alarm, and that's what I want the wave to start with. Mm. Should probably turn down the volume a little. This might be a good spot. Hmm. I think this part is too quiet for the wave itself. So I probably want to cut that part. Hmm. It starts very abruptly here, but maybe I can make it work. Hmm. Perhaps something like this. Hmm. This is a bit hard, but okay. Make this break a little longer. All right, so right at this moment, if I instead do the sound over here, yeah, that's perfect. Select this and we export audio. Conservation. Let's do sounds. Make a folder for music. Then this one, wave music. Export. Now, let's see. Did Rakis make it a scene before he auto-loaded it?
Add a new node. Let's rename it Game Manager, and I'll place it right. Otherwise, smooth text appear. And since this is background music, we probably want to turn it down a bit. We can do this huge part of building the mood of your game. This is of course a beginner's tutorial, but let's at least get our feet wet, or should I say our ears wet? Nope, I shouldn't. Let's at least add a music track and a pickup sound for our coins. Now in the assets, I've included a music track as well as a few sounds. And to play these, we need a new type of node, the audio stream player. So let's add a new node, search for audio stream player 2D. Let's rename this to music. Then we can take our music track here, Time for Adventure, and drag it into the stream slot. We're also going to set it to autoplay. And by default, this is not going to loop. To change that, let's double click it. This is going to open up our audio importer. Here we can preview our music track. Groovy. Anyways, we can loop. So let's enable loop here and hit re-import. Now by default, all sounds are played fairly loud, and since this is background music, we probably want to turn it down a bit. We can do this by adjusting the volume on each individual AudioStream player, or we can use the audio tab here at the bottom. This is actually a fully functioning audio mixer, and we can add different buses to control our audio. Let's add two, one for our music. We can do this by adjusting the volume on each individual. By default, this is not going to loop. To change that, let's double click it. We can do this by adjusting the volume since this here and hit groovy. Fully functioning audio mixer, and we can add different buses, one for sound whenever our scene is reloaded. A quick for this is to take our music node and make it into a scene. So I'll click and drag it into our scenes folder, hit save, and then we can add this scene as an auto load. Auto loads are global scenes and scripts that we want to persist throughout our entire game, no matter which scene is currently loaded. So let's remove music here from our game scene and instead go to Project Settings, Auto Load. We'll click the little folder here and navigate to our music scene and hit Add. We've now registered our music scene as an auto load, which means that if we now play, even though our music scene isn't in our game, it automatically loads and starts playing our track. And even better, it doesn't reset when our game restarts. Now,
Okay, so he does it like that. But currently we're working with the wave music. Let's find some music for the actual game as well. So bit space like maybe. Maybe dark horror-ish. What vibes should we have while mining, you know? It should be like more of a chill thing in between the waves. So it doesn't necessarily have to be horror, I guess, or so dark, but hmm. kind of feels okay, this one. This one might be fine as well. Let's try this one. So Delo sound, bass ambient, cinematic. Alright. Here it spikes. I would say it spikes about -8. Let's do amplification of -2. Now should be closer to -10. So let's export space ambient cinematic. Okay. We have the wave music. This honestly feels like menu music, but it could also be the mining music. So let's put it here. Export. Go to our project. Now let's make a couple of music scenes. New scene. Okay. Now I use the music bus instead of SFX. Um, so first make another scene for the wave music. Other stream player. And this is called Monster Invasion. Have to remember to update the credits as well. So, music. This is wave music. Okay. Hmm. Now let's make a auto load scene which controls the music overall in the game. This could also be an audio stream player. Doesn't have to be though. Maybe I should change it to something else. I do wonder in 3D, do I need to, or for music, I mean, do I need to actually set it to a location, or how do I do that? Let's go here for the in-game game music. I can use an auto load, which sets different music based on cues, but the music audio streams, should they be audio stream player 3D or something else? The thing is, I don't want them to have a location in space, but have the same volume no matter the player location. That makes sense. So it's like all these sound effects I currently have a origin. And I think it's the 3D maybe that does it. Otherwise, if I don't have a node as a parent, perhaps it's still correct. ChatGPT is saying audio stream, and that's kind of what I was thinking as well, since we don't need need to put it anywhere in space. So we change the type to that should be on the nodes themselves here as well. Audio stream. Okay. And this one. Like so. Okay. Good. Now let's continue this one. Call it music manager. Let's change it to a node. Like so. Can export on an autoload. Okay, good. Make a script. Create. Export. Game music. I guess we can call all the background music while we're mining underscore something. Space ambient cinematic. So if we do it like this, okay, and we add this. No, that doesn't work. Okay. We have to make this an auto load. The music manager. Not the script, but rather the scene. Yeah. Music manager. Great. Add. Close. Play. Play impact scene. Okay. Maybe I have to do it a little different here. I think I should maybe add the audio streams as the children here. It's gonna make my life easier. Honestly, I don't know if I need to make these separate scenes. I think I'll remove them for now and try making the audio streams directly on this node. So let's do one node mining, then space like this. Put it to music bus. Okay. Here. Audio stream player. Okay. good, but loud. We go audio, master minus 12. Okay. Still seems very loud. Because it has to match the pickaxe sounds, I suppose. So let's go put this to 100. Minus 20 on this one. I wonder if I put the sounds too low because let's put it like this. If we do sound effects to 0, this might be what we put as the a +6. That's the max. That gonna be loud enough? That's probably what I would consider a decent sound level. Hmm. Hello, Kimmy. Welcome back. How's your day? Hmm. All right, so I did lower the master volume as well as the sound effect. So that's then maybe it's fine. I think we're getting close to a good level. Maybe you just keep it at like here. Hmm, minus 25. I think that's good. Mm, okay, now we should have the wave music. Node, wave, audio stream. Mm, monster invasion. Just test it. It's 20 as well. So the queue for this to begin is pretty simple because that can run directly from the enemy spawner, but I should maybe track all the enemies that have been spawned, and then when they are all dead, then I stop music. Something like that. First, wave timer, blah blah blah. On wave timer timeout. Change music to. I just put some audio levels and hope for the best. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna end up doing as well. So I have an auto load called Music Manager, and I need the function. Play the correct music. Um, this is maybe where I should use the enum class again, or music, or just maybe sound. Music name. Okay. Then the argument song name could be of type enum class dot music name. We match the song name. Mining and wave. Now we should only play one music at a time, so let's do play music. The reason why I'm making a function for this is then I can make sure other music stop and things like that. I guess I can track current song here. Current player. Like this. Okay. Wonder if it has a fade function in GD script here. Does audio stream players have a fade function? If not, we could make one, I guess. So then we would have to wait for this to finish and then play. Fade out and fade in. Ah, tween, that's interesting as well. That's like lerping animation, sort of, right? This is the one that I'm mostly using. When I have to do things over time, change values over time. I use process or physics process with delta to adjust. Hmm. Tween is kind of like lerp, yeah, nice. Okay, so this will be like current volume, I guess, or default volume. I'm just trying to think how to best do this if the player maybe, well, maybe the player shouldn't be able to change songs. Just have one song. Otherwise, I was thinking if I have multiple songs and the player changes, then if he changes in the middle of a tween like this, and stops the animation. Because the volume adjustment can keep running even if you change songs. Okay. To fade out, we take the first audio stream playing, we adjust the volume down over time using a tween. And then start playing the new music player at the fade out volume. And increase it over time to its default volume. So some songs might have different volumes at here. So I should probably get the default volume before I start adjusting them so I know the target volume. Let's current music player and new music player. Okay, so Okay, believe this will work. So fine. Rated tween. This is not needed. This is needed. But I guess it's clarity in the code to call it old player instead of keep referring to current player in both sections. Tween properties. So it takes the player stream and then this is a attribute or whatever you want to call it from the music player here. And these are the target volume as a float and how long it should take. And the tween callback function. Does this run when the tween is done doing this section? We get the default decibel before we start tweaking it. Good. We set the volume before we play. Good. Then we tween it in. Perfect. Okay. Let's do it like this. Which music did it fade? Let's move these up here as exports. We can tune them in the inspector if you want to. So fade out volume, -80, fade time, 2 seconds, save. Funk, play music. Like this. Now we should be able to go. I guess we should always RPC this. See, what did I do wrong? Huh. Okay. So to test this, we go back to our enemy spawner. We just close all these tabs. Here, music manager. We RPC call play music with the argument enum class dot music name dot wave. Okay. And now to test it, we go world. Set the spawner time to 10 seconds. Total spawn time 1 second. Okay. In 2 seconds. Maybe it's. Let's say we're mining. I don't know. Maybe it would be better with a straight up switch, at least. When the wave starts, it's like alarm going off. It should be very abrupt, maybe. So I don't know. maybe we should do like a fade out bool like this. Add it here. Like that. Then just say if not fade out, then we just do current music player stop. New music player. Play and update current music player. New. Like so. Okay, so the current music player is not set to anything in the beginning. Okay. That didn't work. I have to return maybe. So was that better? That's the question. Nah, not really. I guess we can keep this as an option, the fade out. But most likely I'm always gonna fade it out then. Let's listen once more with fade out on. Okay, so I see the problem there is that we lose that intro, which is the tension builder there. So what if we had here music manager, blah 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 blah. And we do new music player play. And just return. Yeah, that's probably the best then. It's fine. Okay. This is for testing. Okay. I suppose I could have a remaining enemy counter, like an integer, and just decrease that by 1 every time an enemy dies. That would be cheap. Yeah, that's kinda kind of what I was thinking as well, yeah. All right, so let's do it like that. Timer, spawn point, enemies per wave, total spawn time. Enemies alive, integer, starts as 0. What's important as well is that I keep track of whether the wave is done spawning. Wave fully spawned. So since all the enemies doesn't spawn immediately, if one enemy spawns and you instantly kill it, then you would have triggered the wave and signal. If you don't have this check, so let's see, where do we spawn the wave? On wave spawn finished. Wave fully spawn is true. And false. All right. That's one thing. Then the next thing. Next wave enemy array. So the boss wave, how does that function right now? Okay. So the boss requires other logic, I guess. Like so. Now we track there is an enemy alive. Now we have to listen for the signal if the enemy dies. We have a signal bus here. Currently, I connect to the signal on each enemy then. Or should I add a signal here? Probably I should add a signal here. Here, an entity died. See, where do I use that? Basic enemy script. Yes, like that. Should rename it enemy. Because I don't want to check if the group is enemy or something like that. Okay. That was step 2. Now step 3. Connect to it. Wave setup. Track how many enemies are alive. Then we do signal bus. Enemy died. We connect enemy counter. Like so. Enemy alive counter, as we can call it. And we receive an enemy, but we don't really use it. Maybe I want to add more stuff when the wave is finished, so we will make a function out of it like this. For now, I think the only thing we do is start the music. So music manager. Also need to set the fade out. True. See. Play music. The song name. Kingdom class. Music. Mining. like so. Well, with this current wave timer, I'm not going to be able to kill so many enemies. What I can do is just tweak how many spawn here. Let's just spawn one normal enemy. So 10 and 1. I have to remember how many I had. And basic 1's 30. Okay. I wasn't able to kill it in time anyways. Okay. Put it to 30 seconds. Should probably reset this as well, just in case. Especially now that I'm using. Oh, it's fine. Okay. 20 seconds, then we can test it. Ooh. Have to kill him in 30 seconds. We should be able to do that. Good. I like it. Perfect. Okay. Now, music, music, music. This is 1, 2, 3. If we want to use fade in, fade in. Well, unreachable code, it doesn't matter. It's not being used. Okay. Switch music. It's not necessarily with fade. So fade out bool. Okay. Okay. Mm, yes, we should set this back to its basic. And there we go. Let's say that is enough for the music. So the next thing we do is equipment versus weapon visibility, I suppose. So the first thing I want to change is the visibility of the pickaxe versus the drill, and an option to change between the two. Let's go to the player, close everything that we are not needing anymore. We have pickaxe, repair hammer, and drill. Now, I see they have a bit different types. Like one of them is mesh, one of them is node 3D. So the question is, can I add both mesh instances and node 3D to the same array? And if so, can I call dot visible equals true, false on any array element like that? Okay. One array is not locked to a single type then. But no 3Ds don't have a visual toggle. Okay, don't they? Well, then I'll have to either move the mesh here or access the mesh through here. So I suppose I'll just do it like that. I'll make a child node called visibility manager. I should keep in mind that the visibility should be shared. So this fits in the equipment folder. No, actually, it's good here. Because I might use this for weapons as well. Yep, maybe. Mm, 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 mm. So first off, let's make an array. Did we make one for equipment, I suppose? Mm, let me think. I think we keep it simple for now, and then when do I want to change the visibility? When the players swap between drill and pickaxe. Also, maybe when they're shooting and they're not mining, like take a quick bio break. So I can think about this meanwhile. Quick 5-minute break. Be right back. Yo, I'm back. Yes. The text was wrong, Kimi. It was just a quick break. Thank you, thank you. So, let's just export each node. Right now, I only have two nodes I'm gonna turn visibility on right now. I don't know if it's gonna grow a lot or not, but if it does, then we can add an array or different logic. So, I have a pickaxe model, which is mesh 3D, and then the drill. So, yeah. Well, I could pass null as well, so just keep it without mesh instance right now. You do object. Hmm. How should I do it? I should refer to what is set visible here. Enum. We have jetpack pickaxe, drill, equipment type. But if we get a weapon as well, then we probably don't want to pass an equipment type. Using a string is easy, but it's prone to errors. Hmm. Passing the node could lead to a pass the pickaxe model. It could lead to problems in multiplayer because it might only, like, the other players might not recognize that specific node, even though they have a exact similar node. That's just how it works. Yeah, that might be the best. Like a match up to I match the variable, and then I can use either equipment type or weapon type in the match. Let's try that. Object, match. All right, like that. Match object. We have pickaxe, and then we have drill. Like so. Yes. Now, this part could either be called, should be called by the server, I suppose, but it's going to be called by input from each player, like if the player swaps a weapon. So player input tells the server to set visibility. This should maybe be an RPC. I can use any peer, but it's supposed to be server. Mining, shooting, equipment swapping, something like that. We should also have a case for null. Let's start with the pickaxe visible. For nothing, I guess. If we had an array, we could loop through the array and maybe not repeat so much code. Still. Okay. Because everyone has to do this. Hmm. Let me see. I'm just thinking what's if I make this a two-part function where the players can call this on the server and the server then makes an RPC call to everyone in here, it's gonna be less work to call it on each function that used this. So that's probably that. Okay. And here we can actually get the object. It should most likely it should always be a mesh instance. And then I wonder if we can match it to our existing exports up here. If we match it with pickaxe. And then do this. Drill. Do this. Null. this. Again, I'm not sure if I can say that it's a mesh instance if null is an option to pass. So I'm gonna just keep it like this. Then we would set RPC, set visibility to, and pass the pickaxe, pass the drill. Run server. Good. So let's take it for a test run. We can go our mining script, I suppose. So what would work could be that if you are mining, check if the pickaxe or drill in these two is visible. They're not. Ask the server to set visibility on them. This is, however, like a tiny check every frame while we are mining. It would be much more effective if we could set visibility when we start mining or stop mining. And that would be called from interactions then. Hmm. How does the interactions look actually? In process, we update the hit, but only if we're holding the interact button. Don't need to hold interact. So this one is a bit weird. If mining or repairing and hit is nothing. Hit is nothing because we set it to nothing up here. I think basically what this is saying is that once we start mining something, we don't stop if we release the interact button. And that is correct, yes. Okay. So we have start mining. Here, where we update a bunch of stuff. This is where we could also set visibility. Set equipment, visibility. Now I do wonder if I should hide the drill and stuff when I'm not mining, because the drill does look kind of cool when it's waving around, I suppose. I don't think I will necessarily hide it, but I'll have to show it here. That equipment visibility. So then we go to mining node and this thing. Is this run by the server? Let's see. This seems to be run by each client. Okay. Now we need a new function for visibility somewhere. Here. Oh, pickaxe. Nah. Okay. If drill active, then I need a reference to this visibility manager. That's a normal node. Visibility manager. We use an RPC ID 1. Then we call it on the server. And then what do we call? Built-in set visibility. And what arguments do we use? Object type. And that is like equipment type. Enum class, equipment type, pickaxe. Well, this one is drill. Okay. And we do else if pickaxe active that pickaxe. Okay. Welcome back, Sion. What have I learned in the past 25 days? I've probably been doing a bit more than 25 days overall since I've been coding a bit off stream. What I've learned, first I learned GDScript with Brackeys and made like his tutorial game. And I learned a little bit about his other tutorials with lighting and stuff. Then I just started learning about multiplayer and have been focusing on that since day 3 or something. So what I really like about Godot, it's a bit easier to set up connections between nodes, which they are called, like objects in the game. You can use exports, you can look for nodes in groups with certain names. You can use auto loads. There are multiple ways to set up connections, and I think that's easier than Unity. So that's a big one. It's still not easy, but once you learn it, I think it's better than Unity. At least for me. And when it comes to multiplayer as well, I never tried it in Unity, but I definitely liked it in Godot once I got a hang of it. But I didn't really find any really good resource online to show me how it worked. It was a lot of back and forth with ChatGPT to explain how different RPC calls worked and stuff like that. I'm from Norway, yes. I did 1 year of Unity. Thank you for the follow, Sion. Welcome. I did 1 year of Unity. So I think it's about 600 hours in Unity. That's all my experience before this. So I'm pretty new. I didn't know any code either before I started, so I had like 1 month of Python in school, and that's it. What do I hate about Godot? Like I talked a lot about what I like, so what do I not like? Hmm. I wonder. Like every engine has its quirks, right? There are multiple ways to reference nodes that I had a hard time to get working as well. Like I said, once I found the patterns that I like the reference nodes, it's really good. But I had a hard time to figure it out in the first place. Uh, Such as if you make a node with a unique name, you're supposed to like access the node with the unique name. But depending on whether that node is in I believe it was in my world here, if I had a unique name node and I tried to access it with a node that I added in game, uh, or a node with, let's say, this shop text wanted to access the unique node, I don't think it would work because it's a child of this scene. So even though I would add it here, it wouldn't find the equipment manager if it was accessed with a unique name. It's just weird things like that that don't make sense to me. Well, Python is actually very similar to GD scripts. I was lucky on that front. What features do you miss from Unity that Godot doesn't have? Well, my Unity game was very simple. I'm trying to think if there's any future features that I don't have in Godot that I use. I feel they are so similar. Like scenes are basically prefabs, and you have the inspector, the scene view. I suppose without the third-party software or something, or at least so far I haven't found an easy way to pop out the code to its own window. To I know I can split it and stuff in two here, but it would be wrong to say the feature is missing. It's more that I don't know how to do it. But you like splitting the code in two screens or pulling it out in its own window or things like that. It's both advantages and disadvantages of having everything in one screen, I suppose. Python, pretty good tool that I try to avoid at any cost. I just can't handle the fucking syntax. So Python syntax is like more high level, right? It's like more English than code almost. Particle system I didn't use neither in Godot or Unity so far. I think. You know what? You know what? I do kind of miss is like Unity has had a lot longer to build assets and stuff like that. I'm not. I haven't looked into how I can use assets from Unity in Godot or if it's possible, but I feel like the when you work in Unity, you have like much better access to a lot of free assets or paid assets compared to Godot. So I wonder if I maybe have to either pay someone to make assets for me or if I have to learn Blender or something. So that's a huge advantage actually to Unity. And when you're new to coding, it's a bit hard to use AI tools to help you when you use GDScript. They are not as fluent in GDScript as they would be in C#. That is my experience, even though they are getting better and you can use certain tricks to make them double check their answers before they answer, but AI is more helpful with C#. Okay, so you're trying something called Blockbench. Hmm. I saw I saw a guy use Nova or something. Uh, like I don't remember his name exactly. This see if I can find it. It doesn't matter, I guess. Something Grandma, very popular game dev on Twitch. I remember I did use Blender for like 2 hours on my first project. I was just gonna make a ramp, so I ended up just cutting a square in half. But all right, Stian, thanks for stopping by though. Your exam is in Java. Okay. I wish you luck. That's a lot of work in 24 hours. Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow as well, Kimi. I appreciate it. So I tried Blender for like 2 hours in my previous project to just make a ramp, and I messed it up so many times. Like even though it was such a simple shape, I didn't. When you don't know the hotkeys and you don't know what anything does, basically, it's not so intuitive, I think. If I am to make assets, I will probably set aside like 2 weeks or something where I use only Blender from tutorials to make some silly stuff to learn the software probably properly. Okay, so you wanted to use it for level mapping and models, but it was too hard. Then you tried trench broom, and that was good. Okay. Now you need a way to make models. I see. Yeah, I don't know if Blender is the best. I just saw a lot of people use it, and people often mention Blender, so I thought that's probably a good one. Like, what does the ChatGPT say if we say, what are some good softwares to make models for 3D? Godot. Yeah. Yeah, you see here, Blender has a steep learning curve, and the UI takes time to master. That is what I noticed as well. But it's very popular, so there's tons of tutorials that make sense. It does make the correct type that is used in Godot. Rigging. So that's something to keep in mind as well. If you find a place to model, that it actually includes rigging and animation too, so that you don't have to like add another software on top of the one you're learning to model. Blockbench, there is the one you tried here or are going to try. That is easy to learn, it says. Super easy to learn. So that might actually be a better option if you struggle with Blender, yeah. So high detail, I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna do high detail, but yeah. UV unwrapping. So I suppose UV unwrapping is something like coloring and detailing on the model, making maybe normal maps and things like that. I don't know. Voxel models, I'm not sure what exactly it means. It's for coloring and texturing. Yeah, that's what I imagined. Yes. Okay. So I suppose with like a simple model, it should be doable, the UV unwrapping, but something to keep in mind, I suppose, that it's could be tricky in Blockbench. So set brush sculpting, very good for monsters, bosses, and creatures. Mm, it's an expensive program. All right. Looks like you found a very good option. You should let me know when you tried it if it works out for you, and if what is good and what is bad about that. Sounds interesting. Let's make a hotkey to swap between pickaxe and the drill. We already have the bools to say which one is active. So now, do we have unhandled or any input here? No, we don't. Add that on top here. Equipment swapping. Let's see, is action pressed? We have pressed and we have just pressed. We probably want to use just pressed since we don't want it to activate multiple times. Is action no, it's not called just pressed. What's input event or just pressed? Once per press. Blah 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 blah. Oh, it's action pressed. Okay, so that's. I thought. What? How do you say held then? Hmm. This is the same, bro. Is action pressed? It is. It is something called just pressed. Is action just. Why doesn't it show up? It's older syntax. Hmm. I use it for my jump movement. So it does still work, but it's not. Input is action, just pressed. Is it because I'm using the event maybe? Input event. Maybe I have to do input is action. Yeah, that works. Okay. It I'm the hallucinating thing. I had it a lot in the beginning. You're completely right to assume that. I added actually like a whole section where I explain make sure you use 4.5 check the syntax you give me in 4.5, stuff like that, to try to avoid that ChatGPT using the old syntax. Yeah. It is a very common problem. So should I have a separate button to swap between pickaxe and drill, or should I use one button to just cycle? I'm probably not gonna add any different. Oh, cycle mining equipment. I can just change it later anyways. I guess I can just flip them for now since I just have two. And then set equipment visibility. Okay. That should work. I should have to make sure that this doesn't run when other players presses it, so we use that. Process unhandled input to authority. Right. Input map. Cycle mining equipment. Add the key. So we can just do one. Okay. Are we using one already? That's the question. Hmm. We're not using it. Okay. RPC ID on a null value. So that is the visibility manager node. Go to mining here. Visibility manager node. Like that. Perfect. Okay. Then we see, does it update? The drill maybe doesn't update. Huh? Yes, it did. Okay. So the server. Let's see. Server left side. Client right side. Okay. If the client changes, the server sees it. Good. The server changes. The client only see the pickaxe. If I were to guess, it is because the drill is like the child of the node right here. I am curious though, is there really not possible to set visible on a node 3D to test it before I start changing everything? Drill node ability drill. No, just purely if visible is true. Well, it did the same thing, so it does work. But what did I do so that the drill doesn't update? Oops. Got to change this one. That ability. Just for fun, let's do to make this into a mesh instance to see. Hope it doesn't break anything that I am not thinking about. Can I change the type here? Add instantiate. Change type is below rename. No, I can't change it here. Okay. Go here. That probably broke something somewhere. If I were to guess, but whatever. Oh, yeah, here already probably. Okay. Then what I can do is go to the player, ability manager, change this to a mesh. Sure it's updated. Okay, connect. No, the drill still doesn't show. It's that is so weird. So it doesn't find the mesh, even though I exported it here. It did find the pickaxe apparently, unless there's still. Hmm, that visibility. If drill is active, so it's as soon as I connect, it doesn't find it. What I probably could do though, what I could do, yeah, you see, it's already sharing the visibility right here. So if I just add property to sync, drill, okay, visible fire and change. And then in the visibility manager, I only have to do this on the host, to be honest. On the server, so just drop the RPC. Like so. Maybe. Possibly. Okay. That works. And this one? Yes. Perfect. So, what instances should we hide? Pickaxe and the drill. Should we hide it while we're shooting? Probably. Hmm. How does it look if I have this here? It does look stupid, right? So if we fire, shouldn't do it every frame though. Should do if input is action just pressed, main weapon fire, like that. And I need access to the visibility manager, but I also want to second check if I'm currently mining. I don't want to remove the weapon while I'm mining. So mining, mining, mining. Where are you? Here. If mining node dot mining return. Don't hide if mining. Okay, and then visibility manager. Node. Set visibility. No. Mining node and visibility manager node. Okay. That's a node. So. Okay. I see I'm not using this gun model anywhere right now. Oh well. So if I have visible now, and I fire, it was not correctly assigned. I suppose I have to do it on both my machine guns. Visibility, mining. Okay. Post. So if I have it here, now it's hidden when I shoot. But if I'm mining, it doesn't hide it. That's what I wanted. See, the visibility is spammed while I'm mining. So I thought the start mining would only be called once. But maybe it is not. Start mining. If I'm targeting a mineable while I'm holding my key. And I'm already mining. If hit is different than previous hit, like that. That makes sense. So what I do notice is that I swap what I'm hitting while I'm mining, it doesn't update unless I stop mining. So how does that work? If I'm not mining, start mining. If I am mining and the hit is different than the previous hit, start mining the hit. So where do I update this previous hit? I update it in process. That is separate from physics process, so that's not gonna work, right? Physics process. See, I have to make sure. I always update it, so that have to happen before any return. Hopefully there is not too many returns. Okay, so there's only one return up here. And then here. Interaction ready. This is for things with cooldown. Okay. I don't need the previous hit on these ones. If it works now. Ah, sorry, I missed your message. You're gonna go eat? Have a good time, Kimmy. Yes, it works. Works flawlessly. Very happy with that. Mm. Okay, very good. I believe that completes our equipment versus weapon visibility task. Hmm. I should probably eat as well. Hmm. I know. We can add. I just not looking forward to the resource conversion here, but prepare multiplayer connection tutorial. Okay. Oh, download 0 tier. The multiplayer setup. Download 0 tier. MSI installer. x86. 64. Let's see. Okay. So it's supposed to be 16 digits. So this is not quite right. Um, will I have to copy the IPv4 address from my network or something like that? All right, so I have to set it up on 0 tier. Well, I will do that after stream, I suppose. This was incorrect. I suppose we could get started with the resource conversion meanwhile. So let's clean up everything. Check our enum class, resources. We have this resource type already. Let's see, we can search this. Set block type. That is something we do in mining block. Hmm. Should have just used resource instead. It's easier. Oh well. Well, at this point, I'm gonna be busy for an hour or two just to change my script to use these resource types instead of strings. So it's not interesting to watch. It is a part of being a game dev, though, doing these boring, repetitive things as well. You can avoid them by planning better or knowing more when you start a project. And you always have to make a decision. Is it worth it to go and change it everywhere? Like, how much time is it going to take? And what are you going to gain from it? Because a lot of the time, functional code, it doesn't matter if it's not optimal or best practice, if it's currently working perfectly. The reason why I'm changing it is because I might add multiple resource types later, and I might reference them many places. So if I use strings, every single place I'm going to reference it, there is a chance that I will make a typo or forget the name, use the wrong name, things like that. With if I convert it to enums already, then I stop using the strings and it's like hard typed. I can't do resource type dot iron ore because it's called iron. So if I try to do it with iron ore, I will instantly get an error and I will know. While if I use the string and I typed iron ore instead of iron, that wouldn't potentially throw an error, but things wouldn't work as it was supposed to, and I would have to figure out why. And if I didn't think about the fact that iron ore might not be the correct name, then I could be stuck for a while. So enum is safer for future development, and I'm gonna change it all. Well, I'll continue working on this today, and I will set up the multiplayer server and test it so that I can get my game play tested as well. Thank you for watching. Um, Thank you everyone who followed today as well. That was very kind. And if you drop by a day, like a day later, you will see how the game progresses. I'm hoping from Friday on, I will have a little break though, because on Friday, Path of Exile 2 comes out. On the new season, I'm definitely gonna try that. But I'll try to get some work done towards Christmas as well. Again, thanks for watching. Goodbye.